Okay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Am I good? Okay. All right. Anyway, welcome guys. Welcome to another Cram University session. Today is going to be a lab day. We're going to be going through the whole cast of the first fighting game I ever played through, Mortal Kombat Armageddon. This is what got me into fighting games. So, decided to go through today and just talk about every single character. We might do a tier list later if I can figure out if there is a MKA tier list maker already made up. If not, no worries. I'll figure that out myself. But we won't be going through creator character. Creator character is too broken. It's usually banned anyway. But we will be going through the rest of the cast though. Bear with me a little bit. I will be remembering some stuff too as I go along. So not everything, you know, it's not going to be like a clean run through. I haven't like already prepped everything and whatnot. We're just going to go straight into it and let's see how it goes. But some background info. Like I said, this is my first ever fighting game that I ever got into. So, and I played it for a very, very long time. Probably about like 2 years or so. Oops. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. Let me figure that out. It should be like a bit. I can't remember how to allow links. But you know what? VIP indecisive. Let's see. All right, that should allow you to post a link up. But anyway, as I was saying, I've been playing. I played this game for a very, very, very long time. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on. We'll just mod you. All right, there we go. All right, I'll pull that up. I'll pull that up in a moment. We'll actually, whatever. But anyway, as I was saying before, this was my very first fighting game. I played it for a very long time. Pretty much with all, I've had probably like, I'd say around like close to 30,000 matches overall within the time span that I was heavily into the game. It's an insanely broken game. You're gonna see some really, really crazy stuff, but you know, this is pretty much what we went through playing this game. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. I will be going through in order of left to right, down each row. So our first character will actually be Scorpion.
Sektor.
Oops. Hold on. I gotta fix something real quick. Okay. We'll do what? Okay. There we go. I completely forgot how to play this game.
Score 7. Sektor.
Yeah, it's about to be some juicy stuff, man. But yeah, so we got Scorpion first up. Scorpion was, if you aren't aware, he was top 3 in this game. Without a doubt, top 3. Uh-oh. Getting a little slowdown, but that's fine. But yeah, Scorpion was top 3. He had Hapkido as his hand-to-hand, and the Mugai Ryu as his weapon stance. His hand-to-hand was actually really strong. It had some really good jabs. Hand-to-hand 2 has really good recovery, and it has follow-ups to it. 2-3. Yeah, 2-3 up 4, and 2-3 back 1. With this stance, Scorpion can like do a lot of mix-ups. He could just, he could just go to net, jab, or just do 3 in the up 4, or 3 in the back. And he had 1 was a good normal. 3 was a good normal. He had a very good down 1. Very long, pretty decent range, pretty good recovery. He had a pretty okay down 4. Down 3, nothing special. He had a sweep string. He had a sweep back 3. And his sweep string back 3. A little bit of slowdown there. Emulator issues. But yeah, those are like mainly his strings. His game plan with the stance was it played off of the jab. And as you can see with the long recovery on the jab, it was he had a lot of recovery. So he had like some follow-ups you can do. In this game, if you stun the opponent long enough, throw was guaranteed. If I can actually get it. Hold on. There we go. I was doing it too early. Yeah. So yeah, those are actually guaranteed throws. You could not do a throw break. You had to do a breaker in order to escape it. So his throw was one of the more damaging. It was one of the more damaging non-launcher throws. So he got a good chunk of damage just for getting a throw set up. And another thing you could do with him, there. Another thing you could do with him is you could go straight into Hellfire, which had so much hit stun on it that you got a free mix up afterwards. So you could do like that, go into a sweeps or something, or you could just go. And then go in the string. And then that one guarantees another Hellfire. Oh. Something's going on here. Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me fix something up real quick with the emulator. It seems like it's slowing down a little bit. Speed hacks. There we go. Okay. No, it's 2-3. Yeah, 2-3 is his string. And you can go in like Hellfires. And then from the Hellfire, you can throw. So that was his hand-to-hand stance. It's one of the better hand-to-hand stances in the game, actually. Even this is a, you can get mixed up off of that. But if you played the game online, what he was known for was his weapon forward 1. Now offline it was unsafe. Online properties changed and it made it safe, depending on the connection. But common neutral tactic with him is he's gonna play in this stance. Use down one. Down one had really good range, good recovery. Yeah, down one had really good recovery. And then what they would do is they just pretty much fish for forward 1 and then go into a spear. And stance switch into that. Now, that entire sequence is unblockable. After that, that's unblockable. That's unblockable. Or unbreakable. That entire sequence after the forward 1 and right before the throw was completely unbreakable. So as you can see, that did probably roughly I'd say about in a ballpark of like 20-25% damage. It was all unbreakable. Yeah. And then after that, you get the mix-up. You got throw there, high damage and throw. That's an extra 19%. So you're looking at a clean 50% or 45% damage just off of that sequence, and most of it was unbreakable. So it was a common thing that players would do back in the day, was to fish with that. But it gave, as soon as you landed this, it was party time. After that, now you got your whole mix-ups. You got all your mix-ups from there. And then you can go back into that. Then you decide to throw or something. So his pressure game was his offense was really good for the game. Considering how the game played and whatnot, a lot of his options were very good. His strings weren't actually safe, but his jab had really good recovery on it, to the point where it could be considered safe. But yeah, that's basically Scorpion in a nutshell. Very good hand-to-hand stance. Good weapon for neutral game. Unbreakable damage. And then his Hellfire, actually, it was a very good neutral tool, because if he got hit by a projectile or something, he could actually do it again, a second time in a row. So he'd get that and then another Hellfire. I can't do it since I'm in practice mode, but it was a common tactic versus characters like Serena, Dairou, characters who had really good defensive games, really good keep away. So he would be able to use this to actually stop them, and if they traded projectiles, he gets another one. And with how much hit advantage it has, it's a very easy way to get in for him. So it made him pretty strong against zoners. He did have a teleport, if I can figure it out. Yeah, I can't. What is that move? Oh, there it is. That sucked. This teleport punch sucks. Don't use it. You know, you think you can use it? No, it sucks. Completely unsafe. He also did have a Hellfire kick, which wasn't too bad. Some characters struggle to punish it, and they recover pretty fast. So, down 2 is pretty good. He didn't have a really good air cancel set. Yeah, his air cancel sets were pretty bad. So he couldn't rely on that for damage or anything. So it made him one of the okay-ish characters in terms of like damage for like normal B&Bs. But he could do some crazy stuff like this. Let's see if I can do it. Ah, I can't do it. I'm not gonna try it. Yeah, I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it, but I used to be able to do this 70% combo with them. But normally, like, his B&Bs weren't really that damaging. You know, he pretty much just went into that. But if he wanted damage, he could do that. Actually, hold on, let's try that again. Yeah, that was a standard B&B. What's up? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Jasmine. Also, somebody else followed me earlier. Oh, SBO. Thank you for the follow as well, SBO. But yeah. Scorpion's B&Bs were pretty okay-ish. They weren't too damaging. I'm sorry, SBO. I was talking about everything, but nah, man. Thank you for the follow for sure. But yeah, Scorpion's B&Bs weren't very damaging. They just led to the general stuff that people would do. Just led to restands with high advantage, and then when he was ready to push him away, you know, he could just go for a throw, go back to neutral, focus on down ones for spacing, and catch him with punishes with 4-1 into spear. And then starting the whole process over again. So his game plan was basically get the hit, get some mix-ups going, do that, and keep them going. Pretty much vortex the opponent. You know, he's kind of comparable to actually to his MK9 incarnation in that sense. Only he had better normals. So overall, he was just a much better character, and he dealt with zoning pretty well. So that's Scorpion in a nutshell. He's top 3 easily, arguably the best character in the game. Next character we got is Sub-Zero.
Sektor.
Now Sub-Zero was pretty much a turtle character. He had his ice cone in this, had his freeze. He had a pretty good down 1 in his hand-to-hand. His hand-to-hand stance was his go-to stance. It was pretty good. He had this string 1-1-3, and that leads to a free throw. But he had another option to it. 1-1-3-2. So 1-1-3-2 also led to a free throw. So he could go off the mix-up of just doing 3 or 3-2. and going into a free throw. That was his B&B for mix-ups. But generally, it was unsafe. So, you know, you couldn't really rely on it as like just a general poke. To recover pretty decently, but it was still unsafe compared to other characters in the cast. So that was just his offensive mix-up. Just alternate between two and, you know, get the opponent to let go of block and set yourself up for some free throws. Or you could just go back into it. Make them good. So that was his offense, but generally he's going to be playing very defensively, using Ice Clone. You wouldn't think it was very good in a 3D game, but because he can hide behind it and stuff, and it activates from pretty close. So yeah, let's see if I can show. That's still too far. So he can get it from, like, you know, ranges like that. You know, an opponent could be going in for, you know, an attack. Just standard Ice Clone stuff. You know, be careful how you attack Sub-Zero, and, you know, otherwise you just walk into a clone and then you get frozen. Then he could do that. So throw. If he caught a parry, he could actually do something. His little ice shower thing, and that led to a little bit more damage. I missed it. But as you can see, that did like close to 39%. He could get a little bit more if I can get the slide here. I can't get the slide. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it back to mid screen. Yeah, it's about 45%. So. I don't know why it's not working, but it's probably just because it's PC and I'm playing on an emulator. But normally that does work, and it's like 45%, as Vitality was saying in the chat. It was right there. Yeah. I can't get it. I don't know why. But anyway, it was 45% off of a punish, but like if you do a parry, you know, you can go straight into that. It's also good on after you sidestep a projectile. So like you sidestep down, and then just do that, and you know you get the launch. And it's got a lot of hit stun on it, so you can get in, do your thing. Or you can do this. Yeah. Or that, you know, if you're in range for it. I don't know why it's not working on Sektor, but it is what it is. But yeah, Sub's plan was pretty much just Ice Clone all day, throw freeze balls, catch a freeze ball. Catch a freeze ball, you can actually do something like this. If I can do it. There we go. So, Sub-Zero has a glitch in this game called the Impale. And it takes away your ability to actually change your stance. The opponent can't change their stance. Sub-Zero still can. And they're slowly losing life, as you can see up above, because they're being impaled. So, yeah, basically the tactic is just to, you know, freeze and get the Empoyo going. So now they'll just keep losing life. It led to some other glitches, like certain characters could do their stance change, and it would just loop over and over and over. Like Draman was the most he was the most known character to abuse this. He ended up with an infinite off of it. So you had to be careful when using it as Sub-Zero. Some characters you didn't want to actually use it, but versus like some other characters, they completely lost tools. You know, so it was a good option for those characters. And you just go back to turtling. Sub was one of the better defensive characters in the game. He could very cleanly turtle. Had some of the counter zoning strategy because of Ice Ball. And had okay mix up. They weren't safe or anything. They did, you know, they did a little bit of damage. Oh. I mixed up my button. Oh. Okay. You know, his down one was still good. It changes to down 3 for some reason whenever you do the impale. But that's his down 1. His down 1 was pretty good. You can use it as mix up. Down 2 was pretty good. I forgot the string. His weapon stance wasn't too good, but he had one particular string that was okay. If I can remember what it was. Oh, there it is. Yeah. That string was okay, but it wasn't anything to write home about. Because could play mix-ups off of it because it was advantage enough on hit. Keep the OK pressure going, whatever. But yeah, that's Sub-Zero in a nutshell. Just defense, occasional mix-up, and if you can, impale glitch. It's not gonna work anymore. But yeah, that's Sub-Zero in a nutshell. Next up, we have my personal favorite character of all time, Reptile. This was my main character. Reptile wasn't too bad. Sorry about that. Reptile was okay. He generally sat in like the mid-tier region, like dead center mid. His hand-to-hand stance was his stance to go to. His general game plan was 4-3 because it could go into free throw. That was his general game plan as far as switchings go. And because he had nothing off of back 4, he could just do parry cancels all day. And it gave him insane range. Down 4 was pretty good. Down 1 was okay. Pretty solid poke. His up 4 was his launcher. No, he can play an up close mix up game of down 4, and then up 4, which is a tracking normal. It was a tracking normal, so you couldn't sidestep it. He can go in the back into his strings or up 4. You go into that string. And it gave a splat knockdown. This gave a splat knockdown, which was really good because what is it? There it is. Yeah. So he could do anything that ends in the back one splat knockdown into invisibility. And in this game, you're completely invisible, unlike future MKs where you have to meter burn to become fully invincible. But he's like this permanently, and he can come out of it. But the general idea with Reptile, get a knockdown, go invisible, and then just wreak havoc because he has quite a few moves. He has his elbow dash, which is insanely fast, and it was unbreakable. So he could do uppercut into that. And they gave him really damaging uppercut option. But yeah, you could do that, go into his throat, sneak up, go into his throws. You couldn't guess how far he was. So he'd do stuff like parry cancel into 4-3. Or he could parry cancel into a sweep. You know, his sweep wasn't too bad either. You know, you can't see anything, so he's dancing in and out of ranges. You don't know what he's doing. So once he became invisible, he became incredibly scary of a character. His main issue though is that he doesn't deal with zoning very well. He has this role. If I can do it, yeah. He has this role that goes under things, but it wasn't too good, and it was, you know, it was pretty meager anti-zoning options. His acid spit sucked. He doesn't have force balls in this game, so from far away, Reptile was pretty lackluster. And versus certain characters, that was a really bad thing. So, no, he had to work his way in. His weapon stance wasn't too bad. He has a pretty good down one. Pretty good weapon uppercut. This string, 2-2-3, wasn't too bad. 3 itself wasn't bad because it had pretty good recovery. Yeah, 3. That whole string had pretty good recovery. Up 4 was an okay whip punisher. Yeah, Vitality. They shared the same down 1 and down 2. So pretty much what you would do with Scorpion, you could do with Reptile in that situation. But his weapon wasn't too good. It didn't have very good mobility. His hand-to-hand was very, very good for that. Elbow dash whiffing wasn't a thing in this because of the ending recovery. I mean, he could do it to punish things, but that was about as well as he got. So it wasn't as good as future games, or as the MK3. So you couldn't really use it to get across the screen or whatnot, but you could use it to punish. So it was at least good for that. But that's Reptile in a nutshell. It's pretty much do that, get your damage. He did have one of the better air cancel sets. So here you go. Yeah, as you can see. Yeah. So it upped his damage a little bit. No, 31%, not too bad. It was okay. But yeah, Reptile is pretty much all about playing footsies with 4-3, getting the free throws that you can, getting splat knockdowns, and then going invisible. Or just going invisible in general, because you could do it really fast. And then just abusing that, you know, they can't guess your spacing, can't see what you're about to do. You know, it's pretty much, his game was pretty much just to abuse invisibility. It's very basic, very simple. Yeah, it worked for a little bit, but he had a tough time with zoners, and that was pretty much it for him. Our next character is Rain.
Sektor.
Rain in this game had pretty good range on his normals. He had very good range, very good startup on his punch normals. So 2-4-2 is his go-to launcher. Usually you go into 2-4-2 stance switch. No, and that was pretty much the go-to option. Or you could do 1-1-3. I messed it up. He did pretty low damage overall. And he wasn't like too particularly safe. 1-1-3 was okay on recovery. It was okay. Safe. His safest options were, well, not any of his weapons. Well, like his safest normal that he could do. But it took a long time for you to actually be able to block again, which is a weird thing about this game. A lot of moves, they recovered really fast, but you couldn't block for a long period of time, as you can see. So he could do this. You know, and it launched. So, you know, it was okay, but it wasn't as safe as it appeared to be. Is pretty much what it was. But Rain was he was really basic. And he was pretty much a low tier character. You know, that was his projectile option, and it randomly misses. And it's really slow, like on recovery, when it does miss. Its range isn't as far as you'd expect it to be, you know, and it just randomly goes through. So wasn't too reliable. His thrust kick, okay Punisher option since it was so fast. And then he also had his lightning. His lightning was unblockable, led to juggles. That's pretty much all you need to know about it. So Rain forced you to actually keep on the move and whatnot. You couldn't sit there and block versus him. No, he do that in your face, and then just go into a juggle. No. Let him get some pretty decent damage, but and then he also had the best teleport in the game. This teleport is really weird. It has really weird properties. It recovers really fast, and for some reason, it out-prioritizes Dairou's teleport, which would switch places and stun the opponent for a moment, unless they were blocking or in the air. His teleport completely ignored that, so he could use it to get in, and he recovered super fast, so it was hard to actually deal with. So it made him okay versus zoners, because the startup was still pretty slow before he actually left the screen, but it was fast enough to where he could get in. But unfortunately, he just couldn't. He didn't really have anything to really abuse with it, other than, lightning, his fast mid option. That was about it. So Ray was pretty much just relegated to just punishing and waiting for his opportunities, abusing throws. And, that's pretty much Raiden's gameplay in a nutshell. Just get around zoning, abuse lightning, and pretty much just get whatever damage you can. Because you weren't getting much damage, so you had to take every chance you could get. So that's Rain. That's pretty much Rain in a nutshell. Ermac. Well, let's change status. Ermac was a combo fiend, to say the least. Quick smoke. Ermac's strengths were unbreakable damage. As you all know, Teleslam leads to juggles. With Ermac, in certain situations, he could get huge unbreakable damage, like here. I can't do it. Yo, Euphemism, thanks for following. But Ermac's game plan was pretty much any way you can get lift. So he could use the hand-to-hand stance to do that. He could use 2 into to lift. Wasn't too safe, but If you catch a parry, you know, you could go into it. You know, get your damage there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going over every character. But yeah, Ermac, pretty much his game plan to get lift any way you can, so he could do so through 2 to lift. You know, he had back 2. It was a high, but it launched, so didn't have very good recovery, so you couldn't really use it too often. So 2 was generally the better option, or just going into raw lift after a parry or something. You know, you just parry and then catch a lift. That didn't work. He had up 2 in his weapon stance. If I can do it. There we go. He could do uppercut into it if you can get it right. And then his ender did 11%, and it was unsplit. So every time you landed a lift, his snatch would just do 11% guaranteed. So get an uppercut into that. It's a free 32%. Can't beat that. So and in the corners you could get, you know, you could just do whatever into lift, uppercut, if I can get it. I'm very bad at this now. You know, pretty much you could get multiple lifts. I can't do them right now. I haven't played in so long, so getting his actual lift combos is actually not easy for me now. But pretty much his game plan was just to go. He had those specific launchers and options to go into lift and then go into that, which was really fast and had really good reach. It also pulled him backward, so he could space it out, like say from right there, and it was harder to punish. I mean, had a lot of recovery, but pretty strong in those regards. He had a okay fireball, wasn't too great. He had levitate into butt slam. He had his dive kick. He actually didn't have teleport in this game. I don't believe. Yeah, he didn't have teleport in this game. Those are all the special moves. His hand-to-hand stance, otherwise though, he had the best jab in the game. You know, you could pressure. You could literally pressure with that. Just do one, you know, just do a lot of pressure with it, and he could go into 1-1-3, get a free throw off of that, you know. But his game plan was just working off the jab. You know, he gets a free throw off of his jab, free throw off of that. And three itself wasn't too bad on recovery. So you know you could use that. You could use this as its hand stance. Worked out pretty fine. Sweep wasn't too bad. It was a little slow though. His down one was pretty good. Handstands was pretty much boiled down to just abusing his jab. So like, you know, doing combos like that, clean 41%. His weapon stance was okay-ish. It had this one string. Very easy to parry, but it was 23% into a free throw. So you know, he got a lot of damage in a lot of scenarios. And then his down one was incredibly fast. And that was just generally it was a good mix-up op. It was his. If you wanted to go for mix-ups and stuff, this was the stance to be in. But unfortunately, it moves pretty slow. So if you're caught from range with it, definitely switch out back to the hand-to-hand. As far as avoiding throws in this game, you couldn't avoid throws other than ducking, which was just holding down back. That was your only way to actually avoid throws. Throws you could not tech them. They were pretty much just high unblockables. And because of recovery on Sting sometimes, you would get guaranteed throws. So it made them actually pretty good in the 3D in MKA Deception and MKA Armageddon. So, but that's Ermac in a nutshell. Ermac himself is just pretty much get the lift any way you can. You know, get your damage in. You know, you always have that as an unbreakable option. I mean, it did damage unscaled, so his hand-to-hand stand was okay. Phantom hitbox, as you can see. I don't know if you can really see it. It has really huge hitbox on it. No, the whole string had free throw written all over it. Weapon stance pretty much boiled down to this string and this, and it's down one. So it's pretty much that's Ermac. It's pretty much a punish character. He's one of the harder. He's kind of one of the harder characters to play because of that. You know, he's not really strong in very many areas, but he had very good punish potential because that reached from so far away. and it was super fast, as you can see. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got for Ermac. And next up, we got Chameleon.
Chameleon.
It's stage.
Sektor.
Chameleon had the crane stance. And this thing had amazing movement. That sidestep is the best sidestep in the game. Bar none. This character moved incredibly fast. It had some pretty lengthy strings too. If I can. That whole string does 21%. Thank you for following, Boost. This whole string was pretty much a giant mix-up because it had pretty decent recovery on everything. And then the up four ender had really good recovery too. He could go into like I keep messing it up, but he could do two. You know, it's a huge ass damage on that. Yeah, Shang Tsung had this stance in Deadly Alliance, and it was incredible for the same reasons it's great in here. I can do it. Ugh. Oh. Nice. There it is. Yeah. That. Yeah, he could end with the slide at the end, and it does like 50. It does like 50 something %. It's kind of tough to do. Yeah. Ah, the slide at the end. You know what? We're gonna pick a different character. Try and find a character that has a pretty decent hitbox. Hsu Hao. Where's Hsu Hao?
Hsu Hao.
No, I didn't give up. I was picking a different character. There we go. Yeah, 59%. Nah, I can't. I'll never be able to do it again. Hold on. Rai Cho had a lot of sauce. Here, let's try this again. Man. I almost had it. It's right there. It's right there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 59%. So he had a lot of damage for, you know, landing his launcher, which is just 2. 0 scaling. Yeah, pretty much the stance was all about the movement. It moved around so well. His sidestep was incredible. It dodged things that other stances couldn't dodge. He had down 4, which was a knockdown. It was pretty safe. His other low pokes weren't too good, but that string and just up 4 in general was like super safe. So was 2. He just had a really strong poke game. I mean, you could do this. He had the same weapon as Scorpion, actually, too. Well, not Scorpion. He had Scorpion's one of Scorpion's older weapons. His Deadly Alliance weapon, actually. That one's actually hard if you're not player 2. Because player 1 and player 2 had different recovery rates. So for player 1, this is much harder. Oh, sorry, sorry, Austin. Oh, let's change that. All right, so you should be good now. his weapon stance wasn't too good. It didn't really have anything like to write home about, so it wasn't really used. He didn't really need it because like his hand-to-hand stance was so good. Obviously he stole moves from other characters. So he has that. He has Sub-Zero Slide. He has the Deadly Alliance. He has the MK Deadly Alliance teleport kick. So he was okay at counter zoning, especially since it led to a free throw in certain situations, like right there. Trying to think what other moves did he have? Oh yeah, he also had Reptile's Run. It was a little bit slow. It was actually a little bit slower than regular Reptiles. It had the same damage, functioned the same way, and then he also had Lightning, which he could use to get some pretty good damage. Like that. 50% off of a lightning move. That was his more reliable B&B. That one works on both player 1 and player 2, so but yeah, that's pretty much Chameleon in a nutshell. Like, he's pretty much abuses movement. Like, it gives him a really strong neutral game. He has pretty good poking, does really good damage, and he was overall pretty safe. He wasn't a high tier character by any means or anything. Like, he was generally considered mid tier, but it's likely that would have changed over time because he had way too strong of option to be just a mid tier. But his gameplay was pretty much just played really good neutral. Wasn't really a mix-up machine or anything. Just got all of his damages off of punishes, off of catching you trying to hit buttons when you shouldn't. You know, he could do. It's a free throw or whatever. That was pretty much the extent of his offense and whatnot. His sweep was really good. He overall was just really solid character. Yeah, we went over Scorp earlier. Pretty much just a recap on Scorpion was he was pretty much had a really good hand-to-hand stance. Hellfire was stupid. He had a lot of unbreakable scenarios. He had the best non-launching throw in the game, and pretty much dealt with zoning really well. That's pretty much Scorpion. Now we have Noob. Go Hsu Hao. Yeah, everybody's gonna be going over in order. Noob was very strong online. Offline, he was not nearly as strong. Monkey, in darker stages, he was actually really good because obviously he's dark as hell, so you could barely see him. He also had invisibility anyway. Monkey stance was pretty okay. It wasn't very safe outside of down 4, which was a very good poke. You know, you can do that pressure with down 4s, and once you start the duck block, he just hits you with 4, which launches. That's it. You know, that was his B&B right there. Just go into that. He got really good damage off of it. His air combat was okay. But it wasn't really used because like his general damage was just really good. If he got a punish, he got 50%. Yeah, everybody. Well, not every character could do an air combat infinite. Like specific characters could. If you had a specific air combat set, then you could do it air infinite. But the general community rules were, basically most players would just be like only one air cancel in a combo, and then that was it. There was another complicated set of rules for it, but pretty much everybody just decided to go one rep on it. Yeah, it was like you could do like 2 reps and then relaunch and another rep, and it was complicated, so people just said 1 rep only. But yeah, Noob had a really good jab, and since it led to his launching options, made him a really good punisher. Yeah, his damage was phenomenal for a punishing character. And then, because it reached so far, because the jab reached so far, he couldn't really play like neutral. Like he couldn't like poke or anything, but he got punished really hard. Especially because this option reached so far. So his game plan was just to pepper you with down 4s, get in throws wherever he could, and if you whiff something, bam, you got hit with that string or into his launcher. But his general game plan otherwise was just sit back, get your invisibility going, throw out stars, which had a cooldown period, so you couldn't just throw it over and over. And you had to wait for a moment. You know, find your opportunities to sneak in throws while invisible in your down 4s. And if you're feeling risky, you can just go for 4 to catch them as they're duck blocking, since this is a mid. Go. That. Yeah, his throw was way, way, way stronger in MKA Deception. In Armageddon, they toned it down quite a bit. So he did have teleport, and he could do it in the air too, I believe. Actually, no, he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't do it in the air. But it was an okay punish for like longer recovery projectiles on a read, but it was generally like just unsafe and didn't really amount to much, especially in a game where you die for getting hit. So it wasn't too useful. Stars were very good though. But yeah, that's Noob. Just pretty much play a really punish-based style. Fester. Get your throws in. Get your damage. And that's about it. Yeah, the stars could be ducked, but I mean, it's like it's a projectile, so it is what it is. And you're generally not going to be ducking in 3D MK anyway. Otherwise, Ermac was pretty much Reptile and Ermac. They both generally roamed around like the mid tiers. They're pretty solid characters. Reptile is pretty much abuse invisibility in his insane range on his poking string, and Ermac was pretty much get lipped whenever you can. So now we got Smoke next.
Smoke.
Hold on.
Smoke. Hsu Hao.
Now Smoke was pretty much heavy turtle. He had the smoke cloud, which was nerfed from this MK Deception, because in Deception you could be right in their face and do it, and it would catch them. In this, they completely removed that, so you gotta have some sort of distance. But you know it's still strong all the same. He also has basically a projectile cloud that catches, leads to combo opportunity. You know, like that. In his first hand-to-hand stance, he's the only character in the game that has two hand-to-hand stances. In this first one, this is where like he's got his really good down one. Just a special mid, so you can duck block it, but it's insanely fast on recovery. That's about it that he actually has in this stance, other than his up 4, which is like, it's unsafe and really only is used in like combos. So, but otherwise, like this stance is pretty much just down one. His judo stance though has command throws, and they're one button command throw. And they have really good recovery. His 4-4 in this stance. At least a free throw. It's not very safe, but his command throws are have pretty good recovery. So you can't block for a pretty extended period of time, but you can back away like instantly. Like you can back dash cancel it. So he could use that. He could use that in footsies. Stay in this stance and like get his damage through the command throws. No, reposition himself. No, you're back to the wall. Use that. Use 4-4-1. Get yourself out of there. But if you're close to the wall, you can just do 4-4-2, and it'll keep him towards the wall. But his game plan was pretty much just to turtle it up, abuse the cloud. If you read teleport, if you read projectiles, got teleport punch, which you can also do in the air. But you can get to that. You get a combo off it. If I can get it. There. No, but that's pretty much Smoke. Just defense and abuse judo throws. Abuse down one in his first hand-to-hand stance. Just turtle it up. That's Smoke. He actually can't. Yeah, he can parry cancel those. So you can increase the range by a shit ton. And as an unblockable high in a 3D game, it's really powerful to be able to do that. Yeah. Well, every character in the game has a Kara throw because of this. You can theoretically parry cancel every normal in the game. Yeah. Yeah, these. Yeah, the parry cancel is really strong. Yeah, they do pretty low damage. You know, that was something confusing. Holy Jesus, did you see how far away he moved? I can get that again. Let's get him in the corner. That was a weird glitch. There it is. Reset to neutral. But yeah, his game plan was pretty much to just abuse Cloud, abuse the projectile Cloud. You know, characters that had to get in struggled with Smoke quite a bit because of his game plan. He didn't have really good chip. He didn't really have good range chip damage options. So, but he did have he did have that teleport. Oh, and that teleport. That teleport was really good. Now he can reposition himself without being unsafe or anything. And you still had to be careful. Because he could come back up and just teleport into Cloud. You had to be careful trying to punish it. So, Smoke overall was just a really good turtle character. Alright, now we're on to Cyrax. Oh, crap. Whoops. Let me go back in here.
Cyrax. Hsu Hao.
Take a swig quick. So, Cyrax sucks. Cyrax's game plan was, man, I didn't even know what his game plan was. His stance is like okay-ish. Like he has a launcher, and his jabs are pretty good. 1-1 was a very good jab string, so it gave him pretty good jab pressure. His launcher option. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. His launcher option was back one. Yeah, that was just as if I can do it. And then he gets a free throw off of the up two. But otherwise, hand-to-hand stance is nothing to write home about. His down one's okay. He doesn't really have any other low pokes. I don't even know what that was used for. Oh, what move was that? Oh. Oh, that was in his pulse blades, is what it was. Yeah, hand-to-hand stance, nothing to write home about. His weapon stance was what most players use. That was because of that move. 19% damage, reach really far. It could be made safe a little. Could be made safe with good spacing. Could also be parry cancel. So his range game was pretty okay due to Pulse Blade. He got no damage from it, which is a bummer. No, he could use this, but it was unsafe. Oh, that sucked. Everything about Cyrax is just bad. Even his bombs aren't even useful. Because he doesn't have net or anything, you can't really trap him into wanting to take the bomb or anything. You know, it didn't even really do anything. You can throw it out there and, you know, you can move it around a little bit. That was about it. Otherwise, you didn't really have much to use it with. It was a good... I guess you could use it for approaching, but... I mean... That's whatever. That's a twirl kicks. I'm trying to figure out what it was. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that was okay. From what I remember, it had pretty good recovery. If you blocked it. His teleport was okay. Wasn't anything to write home about. That was okay. Yeah, he was incredibly bad here. There's nothing really to talk about him. You know, it just had good jabs. Has a good jab string, that's about it. And he has this. So he's like one of the more basic characters in the game. Doesn't like he's super basic and doesn't really have anything to him. So pretty much your general is just gonna avoid him. And right after him, we have Sektor. Now Sektor is actually different. Sektor is actually pretty decent. His hand-to-hand stance wasn't too great. He had a lot of launchers out of it, mid launchers, but it wasn't really anything to write home about. No, he could get. Oops. Oh, there it is. Ah, if I could get it. Ah. Keep messing it up. Oops, there we go. If I can get it. Ugh. But anyway. I can't do it. I think it's something with the emulator, but normally he has pretty good damage, like 50% off of just 2 in his hand-to-hand stance. But otherwise, his hand-to-hand stance wasn't too great. Didn't really have anything to write home about. Now his weapon stance, on the other hand, his weapon stance was the go-to. That's because of that normal right there, back 4. It could be parry canceled. You know, you just parry cancel it because of that string. You know, he stance switches into that. Gets a free throw off of it. No. It's really good. Really good option. Then he has his down 3. His down 3 had pretty good recovery and reached really, really far. So you can mix up with that. That whole string had pretty good recovery. He had his missiles. Yeah, if I can remember how to do them. Oh, he also had flamethrower. Which was pretty much easy in. But it reached really far for a move that stunned as long as he did. I can't remember how to do his missiles. There it is. Pretty standard projectile, not too great. Now he had up missile, and that forced you to move around a little bit. But it wasn't anything to write home about. His only really great special was his teleport. Pretty much smokes teleport. You could do a missile on Oki, but it doesn't really give you good Oki. So it was just there. Didn't really help him out too much. So like you could do, yeah, you could probably set up off of it. But the wake up options in the game are actually pretty decent. So actually no, in the corner that can leave you splatted right there, and you can pretty much avoid the wake up game completely. But that sector in a nutshell, like pretty much it's just abusing pulse blades, abusing that, and punishing projectiles with teleport whenever you can. That's pretty much sector. Now we are on to Stryker.
Stryker. Rai Cho.
Stryker. Stryker wasn't too bad. His hand-to-hand stance was okay. Had a really good jab string. You could do 2-2-2 into throw. It's free throw. The big move in this stance though was his standing one. Had really good recovery. It was similar to his down one. It looked very similar to down one, which was a low. This was a mid. So you could kind of mix up between the two. And it lets you in a stance where you could get free throw. So it was a solid poke. Yeah, he pretty much took Ermac's good hand-to-hand stance. His down four was pretty okay. His weapon was the tonfas. They weren't anything to write home about. They were pretty lackluster. Huge recovery on his options. That's his only low option out of it. Does have a lot of hits on though. Yeah, he has one of the better air cancel sets in the game because of Tonfa. So he could do a combo like that. But his scaling was pretty high, so it didn't really get much off of it. Samu wasn't too great, even with air cancel. So, I mean, he had to make pretty good use of it in order to get any sort of damage. But Stryker's strongest point was his zoning. Taser is probably the best projectile they've ever given. It's literally the best projectile they've ever given Stryker. On block, it had really good pushback, really good recovery. He had his grenades. They were okay. You know, you could throw that one out if they tried to jump. Or you could just throw the mid one if they tried to duck it. Go underneath that one. But his bread and butter zoning was taser. And on a trade, you could do another one. And get some extra damage off the taser. Yeah, that was. Yeah, those are pretty much the best things to the Stryker. He also has machine gun. Kind of sucks. I mean, I guess you could try that for anti-air, but I mean, you're better off just uppercutting. Yeah, Stryker's game was just pretty much just zone them out with taser. You know, use grenades if they tried to jump over taser. Abuse stand one and down one in his hand stand. Might be able to use Tonfa on occasion, but pretty much just do that and throw. Go back to zoning. That's Stryker. He probably can. Nobody's ever really tried it because it was never really worth it. But up next we have Kabal.
Kabal. Hsu Hao.
Now Kabal was nerfed from Deception. First off, that now Plant. Huge nerf to his damage. He doesn't get nearly as much damage. That's still a pretty decent. His hand-to-hand stance is pretty okay. Nothing to write home about. Yeah, MK Deception, he had a lot of free throws. They took a lot of that away. Now that one works in the corner. His hook swords, they're pretty much unchanged for the most part. So, you know, that's still pretty strong. You know, he still got that mixed up. Nomad Dash is still the best Punisher in the game, like hands down. You could just do. Going to mix up from there, so this is still deadly. That's still obnoxiously good, even if it is nerfed from the 2D days. Sound one's pretty good, but he has another special move now. That's an incredibly good zoning tool for some reason. So, you know, it does that. It comes out pretty fast. It's so goofy, but it is actually pretty solid. So he uses that for neutral, uses that to zone. If you catch his, you know, errant whiffs, that you know, that's pretty much that was pretty much Kabal. Like he didn't have a good air cancel set. Yeah, his air cancel set wasn't too good. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. Just abuse that. It was unsafe, but I mean, mix up. Pretty brain dead 50-50 scenario. And then Nomad Touch is what it's called. Yeah, it's called Nomad Touch. He did have his fireball, but too good. Couldn't use it in the air. But that's Kabal in a nutshell. Very good Punisher. Pretty okay mix-ups. Probably one of the better zoning options in the game, actually. Actually, in this, it was arguable. Mavado had the damage, but his neutral was pretty. It was okay. It was whatever. Kabal had the better Punisher option, and he was generally more safe. So most people considered Kabal and Mavado in like the same area. But next up we have Dairou. Now, if you play Deception, if you played Dairou in Deception, you'd know he was a nutcase. They toned him down a lot in this. His hand-to-hand stance still has a lot of safety. Up 4 is, you know, really slow launcher. Back 2 is a good launcher. He got okay damage off of his launchers. The whole stance just had really good recovery on it, on everything it did. No, this is a bread and butter poke option. His weapon. Pretty much Kung Lao, except this doesn't launch. Back 3 doesn't launch. You know, he has that. His weapon doesn't get used much. It has down 1, and it has standard uppercut. That was about it to the weapon. His specials were the meat and bones of him. Iron Leg, the Iron Leg projectile is okay. Not a great projectile to write home about. And in Armageddon, because jumps are higher, you could actually jump over it now. Whereas before it was almost impossible to. So it still serves its function as a ranged option. His best move was easily Tombstone Drop. So it was full screen launcher. Unblockable. If I can do it. Yeah, you can't react to that. This move single-handedly forces you to actually spend the entire time jumping around, which he can uppercut you, can intercept you with an air combo. He got back 4 in his hand-to-hand. Just overall, this move forced you to play so silly in order to get around. And then he had his teleport. If I can remember how to do it. No, yeah. Which switch spots. Now, Deception, that was a free combo, but in this, you just switch spots and force him to guess. You get like knockdowns or something. And like teleport, switch around, like confuse you. Void a projectile with it. You know. But Dairou's still the same, like, ridiculously powerful zoning character. There's another character that kind of outpaces him a bit, but he's still fighting, which is Serena, obviously. But generally, his defensive game is still extremely powerful because of Tombstone Drop. Tombstone Drop is slower. And there's a long window where you can't block. I'm just holding block this entire time. Now you finally decide to block. Off a Tombstone Drop? Let's see. That's the normal B&B that off of one air cancel. If you just got it and you didn't do an air cancel, well, would help if I got him out of the corner. It's probably the best you're gonna do without an air cancel. But yeah, the nerf to being able to block after a Tombstone really affects them in some matchups. Some characters can actually abuse it pretty well, like Fujin, Ermac, characters with like lifts and stuff. He can't block them anymore, so you know you jump over towards them, and there's a specific range where it's basically a punish on him because he can't block. But it's still a strong move. It's still impossible to react to. So it's not too bad. But yeah, that's Dairou. He's pretty much the same zoner you remember him, just a little bit less powerful. And now we got Jarek. All right, Jarek was simple. Abuse this. It's literally a non-launching version of Dairou. Only it avoids Dairou's Tombstone Drop. And it's full screen. Now, if he air brake, now the interesting thing about it is Jarek can actually get a free ground pound if he does an air brake. So if your opponent launches you and you air brake, just ground pound. It's free. But this game plan was pretty simple. Just force the opponent to play around this ground pound. If they try and jump in at you, you know, you can uppercut. His hand-to-hand stance isn't too great. It just his weapon stance just has no mobility. So if you want to move around, you use the stance. Once you get into the range you want to be in, That's pretty much it. Everything you could do with Ermac's weapon stance is pretty much applicable here. So the down one, free throw. You know, it's everything's the exact same in that stance. So his game plan is pretty much just to pester with ground pound, force them to jump. If they do jump or anything, you know, you can do that. You can do his lasso kick or whatever it's called. It does a huge chunk of damage for a move like that. And it's very hard to punish. So from full screen he can do that. No. That's pretty much what he's going to be doing. It's pretty simple. No, he could do that and then get whatever juggle he wants. He has the easy air cancel set, so he's pretty not too bad in terms of damage. Like, you know, you get 43% pretty easily. It's really hard to get a combo off of this. Trying to figure out what his launchers are. Oh, there we go. Okay. I still couldn't get a combo there, but you could go to that. And that was pretty much unbreakable. That was all unbreakable. No, so if you catch them like trying to jump, and then go back to just pestering with that, which does a huge amount of damage. And the ground pound. Pretty simple. The ever air breaker, ground pound. This whole game plan revolves around ground pound. Just use it. That's all there is to Jarek. Okay, now we have Darrius.
Darrius. Cyrax.
So Darrius is he's whatever. Not super strong. If I can remember exactly what his moves are. Yeah, he got nerfed pretty hard from Deception. His game plan is pretty much like it's abuse high-low. Pretty much, he's all about the vortex. So you can do that, and then it's a weapon stance. Get 42%. You know, and it's a mid, so you can mix up between that, even though that's super unsafe. throw. Or going to it's 3 in weapon stance. Not safe at all. So be careful using it. He's generally not safe at all. That has a lot of recovery on it. You're better off just staying in his weapon stance and just abusing the whatever 50-50s you have. Because whatever you do, you're just gonna die for it. Projectile is pretty It's okay. It's whatever. Yeah. Same thing as Cyrax. Not really much to it. He's got an evasive special. It's unsafe itself. That's pretty much it. Yeah, you didn't miss Jade yet. Stryker I went through is pretty much just hand 1, abuse taser, just zone. He's he's simple in this. But yeah, this Darrius he's pretty much just a high-low mix-up character. You can either reset into the situation or go for your damage. That's about it. Reiko was
Cyrax.
Reiko was okay. Reiko was not like too good. His game plan was pretty much. I don't even know what his game plan was because online this is safe. Offline, as you can see, it's super unsafe. He has a good hand-to-hand air cancel set. But like, his damage sucks. The only way to really get good damage with him is see. Yeah, you have to do a flip kick. Otherwise, he doesn't get much damage. Yeah, it's not really much to Reiko. We can use the stars. He has Noob's teleport, and he can do it in the air. He has the stars that don't hit you from far away. From here, they'll start hitting. But they actually suck. He has the Shao Kahn headbutt, but I mean, it's generally unsafe, so you don't really get much off of it. Reiko generally didn't really have great damage. So he could do to that. That was about it. It's not an original PS4. It's actually on emulator. So like, some stuff works. Some stuff is just really wonky, but I don't have a way to hook up to the PS4 reliably, so I just use an emulator and it does what I need to do. But yeah, that's Reiko. Like, there's nothing really to him. He's just bad. No safety, no damage, nothing. It's arguably one of the worst characters in the game. Alright, and now, on the Fujin.
Mavado.
Now, Fujin is not the high mobility character that you know him from MK11. It's very slow in this. But what he does have is his specials. His hand stance is okay. It's got a good down 1. Decent down 4. This string. Does okay damage. Yeah, you can sand switch to do more damage. 2 is his best normal. It's unsafe, but I mean, at least till launch. And that's pretty much it. His weapon doesn't really have anything to it. It's pretty much Kenshi's weapon, but he doesn't really make very good use of it, so it's whatever. But Fujin's strong point is his specials. So he has a dive kick. No, he can do it super low. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I actually have a PS2. I could play online. For what I remember, I have everything set up for it, but Fujin, his strong point is actually his specials. So the tornado has pretty good pushback on block, and it launches on hit. You have the wind lift and the spin. That's the spin. Oh god, my sounds are all messing up because it's on the emulator. But his strong point is his specials. Pretty much just pester with whirlwind until you get a hit. If you catch him in punishing scenarios, you can always wind lift. So you get a wind lift. And then the spin. That's just a general B&B with him. He doesn't really do too much damage, and he doesn't really have good air cancel, so but this whole sequence hold on. So he did that. It's completely unblockable or unbreakable. So every time he touches you with this, he's getting a free 20%, and you can't do anything about it. Yeah, not on this. Actually, no, I could on this. So I could set it up on here. But I already have it set up on PS2 anyway, so I'd be good there. Yeah, that's what in a nutshell. He's got a dive kick too, so mobility is not too bad. But it's not MK11 status. But his game plan is just pretty much just turtle it out, throw out the spins. If you catch him in compromising situations, just lift them up. You know, if you want the unbreakable, you just spin, or otherwise just go into your damage. Fujin. Like pretty much every character is like super simple. Like there's not much to them, but excuse me. So yeah, we did Fujin. Now we have Rai Cho.
Sektor.
Now Rai Cho has always been a good character in the 3D games, and this actually is no different here. That's still an obnoxious normal, but its range is extremely reduced from MKA Deception. Still hits from pretty far though, but it's not nearly as good. No, he still has that throw. You know, stuff like that. Drunken Fist is... It's okay. Not really too strong. This is... Yeah, I forgot what his moves were. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's an okay poke. 3-2. Down 4 is an okay low. His movement is really, really good. He got one of the best Soki throws in the game. Yeah, in Deception, his throw led to a lot of damage. But it doesn't do the same thing here. But he does get Oki. His weapon stance, this button's still really good. 3 is still really good. You know, you can still do that. He actually has this that's actually an infinite. Yeah, anything that ends in 4 is an infinite. But since you're only allowed 1 rep, people will do this. Hold on. Into that. Sidestep throw. You know. Oh, I think he put a follow crystal. Yeah, yeah, this gets 3 hits. His throw is really, really good for Oki. He can go up and do that. Throw you again. But if you sit there, you eat puddle into the scenario. To throw. So this all gave Rai Cho an oppressive rushdown kick. Got back up again. No, he'll throw you again. You go to duck it. You can do that. Keep doing it until you decide to actually block it, in which case he'll just go ahead and throw you, loops it over. And if you sit there completely, you know, you might eat a puddle. Which if I hit it like this, I can't even hit it. There. Yeah, he has up 4 in his weapons. But, you know, it kind of sidestep. He doesn't have up 4 in, I actually don't know if he has up 4 in his other stance. Oh yeah, he doesn't have his up 4 anymore. But yeah, this is Rai Cho, like it's pretty much just a straight up get in your face kind of character. He has the mobility to get in, but he doesn't really have anything from far. So I mean, you'll pretty much be playing to get in, and versus some of the better zoners, but Rai Cho actually struggles. So it requires a bit of patience to play. Yeah, he has Stomp. If I remember how to do it. Yeah. But it's super unsafe. And super slow. It's not like his MKX version where it's like pretty decent. It genuinely sucks. So but yeah, the Rai Cho just pretty much rush down, apply mix-ups. And then we have Mavado.
Raiden.
So Mavado has tons of mobility. He has his rubber bands, which you can use to like move across the stage and whatnot. You know, he can use a slide. You know, move to the side. Come in with the slide and whatnot. It is pretty punishable, but that's not his strong suit. His hand-to-hand stance is not very good, very unsafe. It does have pretty decent low pokes, but that's about it. He'll generally be staying in his weapon stance. And that's because he has the same weapon stance as MKA Deception Kabal. So that means he can do combos like this. If I can get it. I can't do it, but you know, he gets pretty good damage generally, and as player 2, you can do like wall-to-wall combos and stuff. Like that. But generally, he's pretty much about the same thing as Kabal, only he doesn't really have the same punishment. He doesn't have the Nomad Dash to punish people. You know, he doesn't really have like as strong of a range game as Kabal. He excels more in like doing damage and getting mixed up because his normal is different than Kabal. You know, he can loop that over and over, go into throw. He can up 2, But yeah, generally that's pretty much Mavado. He's just abuse mobility. You know, use really quick stuff. Get in and do mix-ups. He was considered a pretty good character, but you know, he's got a lot of differences from Kabal. Next up is Hotaru.
Hotaru. Mavado.
Now Hotaru had pretty solid neutral. He had a pretty solid neutral game. He had this lava burst that will launch. Quick dash punch that was kind of hard to punish. You had a teleport that, oddly enough, you could be hit out of it, so it wasn't like too good. But he had dash punch anyway, so it didn't matter. Had lava burst. His hand-to-hand stance is Pigua, which, if you remember from Deadly Alliance, was amazing because this is normal. Unfortunately, this stance was nerfed going into Deception. It isn't any better in Armageddon. Yeah. So this stance pretty much sucks. Now his weapon stance, his back one, it's a mid. It's a high. It's not a mid, but it has really good recovery. So you could do it backdash and like abuse it, like pretty much abuse it if you try to come in. If he does hit you though, he can do into his launching throw. No, it gets pretty decent damage off of it. You know, so pretty much his whole game plan is just landing a throw any way you can. So, you know, he can get up close to you. So pretty much his game plan was just play neutral, get his throw, abuse lava burst, and abuse dash punch. He was one of the better characters in the game, so you know you could definitely get some stuff done with him. And that's Hotaru. So Nightwolf.
Sektor.
Nightwolf compared to his Deception version, he's not too great. I don't think he was very good in Deception either. I don't remember. But his game plan was. It wasn't that. His game plan was his Tomahawk Sam. This string. There's so many mix-ups you can do off of it. So like, it had a lot of hits on this. Because that was a mid. And because he had a launching throw, you would end up taking this a lot until he decided to throw you. In which case he could do that. Oops. No, his shoulder charge was really fast, really hard to actually react to. Possible to react to, actually. So you had to be careful in neutral versus him. He also had his lightning, which was faster than rain. And off of the air breaker, he could actually get a free one, since it was unblockable. But Nightwolf's game plan, he had pretty decent lows in his hand-to-hand stance. His weapon stance didn't have protect and use that until he gets the chance to go for a throw. But that was it. Pretty much just forcing you to yeah, he wasn't too great here. He was pretty much just making you want to stand up so you can take throws. He wasn't too great. But he does have a really good air cancel set, so yeah, and this he actually does have pretty decent damage. Or he could go into throw. It's harder to do on emulator since emulator just doesn't work right. Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to do. Yeah, so that's pretty much Nightwolf in a nutshell. He's very much based around that string. He's pretty unsafe. You know, he doesn't really do like an excessive amount of damage, so he's pretty much just okay. Nothing really to talk about. Uh-oh. Now, next up we have Mokap. Now, Mokap is pretty solid. Mokap was kind of an odd character. He was more like an Ermac type. He has a lift. He has a fireball. He has flip kick. I don't think what else does he have. Yeah, it's that move. It's not useful. His hand-to-hand stance was pretty okay. Good midstring. He has a launcher. Wing Chun is pretty. It sucks. Just you'll never use it. Where Mokap shines really is his low options. He has a down 2 that doesn't. It's not a typical uppercut. If he wants a typical uppercut, he has to sand switch. But his low pokes were amazing. That's, it's 13% for quick recovery low. It had okay recovery, but it was super fast and low. Really easy to do. Just short, but it has really short range, unfortunately. But if you duck that, you get hit by that. So if you do. But yeah, like that low poke is super good. Unfortunately, he has a boss throw, so like, that's his only free throw. But Mokap was overall a strong character. He had pretty solid neutral, really good punish. That's pretty much Mokap. Johnny Cage.
Sektor.
Now Johnny Cage, yeah, had a really strong jab game. And that's because he could all of a sudden end it in a launcher. Which did over 40%. Into 43%. His air cancel set wasn't too good, so he didn't get any extra damage off it, but 40% off of the jab. So it was a pretty quick jab too. He had a free throw right here. Low pokes were pretty good. Overall, he wasn't like too safe. But one of his stronger options actually is this punch. It was completely invincible. So that's an invincible launcher. If I can do it. Yeah, there we go. So, off an invincible launcher, you always had to be careful with him when he's on the defense because he'd always throw this out and then get some massive damage for it. Like so. So he's a pretty dangerous character to actually like try and press buttons versus, because he can always just throw this out out of nowhere. His weapon stance was the nunchucks, pretty much Liu Kang's. So this jab string was pretty strong. It was all a high, but that one's not too bad. There's a lot of pressure off of his weapon. He has his shadow kick. Sucks. It's super slow. He does have his fireballs though. If I can figure out the other one. Oh wait, no, he just has the one. Projectile sucks. So he's an up close. He's pretty much an up close character, and his jab lets him be able to do that. So his back two is actually not too bad of a launcher. Yeah, it can be parry cancel. That's pretty much it. Pretty much pokes and prods at you. It's got good buttons to do so. Yeah, he's not as safe. He's just much more damaging, and he has a ridiculous invincible option in a game that doesn't really have those. So that's pretty much where he stands. He's pretty much he's generally considered around the mid tiers, but he can be pretty dangerous up close if you don't watch for this. That's Johnny. Okay, Kano. Kano has basically been suffering for years. Enough said. Kano in this is not too good. His hand-to-hand stance is not too strong. Not really safe. That's completely unsafe. Now where he actually shines though is his weapon stance. Flat Knives has that move. Yeah, his hand-to-hand stance isn't really all that great. That's pretty much a B&B for him off his hand-to-hand stance. Off his weapon, gets a little more. You know, 35%. It's not too bad. His damage is just generally low, though. And he doesn't really have anything else to make up for it. Does have a power boost. As you can see, it doesn't really add much to him. You know, it's not worth doing for how unsafe it is. This move is useless. His cannonball is pretty solid. Chunk of damage. Comes out really, really fast. Then he also has his eye laser, which is an okay projectile option because it travels the screen super fast. Butterfly knives pretty much come down to this move and this hit on a launch. Let's see, what's his stance change? Let's see. Yeah, I forgot a lot about Kano. But that's pretty much Kano. Like, yeah, he just sucks. There's nothing really worth using him for. All right, now Jax. Jax is pretty much mid-tier, but he's got some interesting stuff about him. So, Muay Thai, his hand-to-hand sucks. There's nothing worth using it for. Everything just sucks about it. No, he has that string. About the only useful string he has to that. What? There it is. So Jax's game comes down to landing this move. He can do it off of an air breaker. He can do it off of machine gun punch. So if you get a launch, that's free. That's a free 30% or free like 20-something percent. He doesn't have very good anti-cancel sets. So he doesn't really get too much damage. His Tonfa stance, it's actually not too bad. So he can do that. Gets pretty decent damage off of a simple command throw setup, or not command throw, but a simple free throw setup. That's pretty much what he does. He has a machine gun which has a funny sound clip. but it sucks, unfortunately. Yeah, those are all the special moves, but Jax in a nutshell just pretty much comes down to abusing 1 and 1-1 in Tompa and just getting free throws to ground pound. It's pretty much just trying to get the ground pound any way he can, and that's all there is to Jax. Kai.
Cyrax.
Kai, there's nothing really to talk about either. He's one of those characters that's bad. He's just bad. He doesn't really have anything at all. Nothing is safe. His weapon is awful. Nothing to his weapon. Doesn't really have a good throw. He has that, but I mean, who cares? He has that too. That moves low profile, but it's extremely unsafe. There's not really any use to it. That's unsafe. Kai literally just has nothing. He doesn't have mids. Any good mid, any useful mid. Doesn't really have lows. Like, that's about as good as you get. And that doesn't even do any damage. Down 1's okay. There's just nothing to this character. I mean, he kind of has this. I can't. It doesn't work. Doesn't work with it. He doesn't even get the projectile glitch. He's just bad. He's the worst character in the game. There's nothing to talk about with him. There's nothing he can actually do.
Kenshi.
Now Kenshi's actually pretty interesting. Kenshi has a lot of cool stuff about him. First off, he has Teleflurry, which is a near full screen, well, a pretty ranged instant projectile option. Does pretty good damage. He has a push. It's not too safe. I mean, but it exists. He has telekinetic pull, and he also has his own lift. If I can figure out how to do it. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, Kenji's got quite a few things. Software. His Tai Chi stance has really good jabs. Pretty okay jabs. It's a 3 and 3-3. That's really strong. Cause that's all guaranteed. But he can also do like into launcher or to that. you know, it's normal stuff like that. He also has a teleport. If I can figure out how to do it. There it is. Okay. It lets him get really close instantly. His low pokes are okay. But he generally excels at like pretty much mixing up that. That's basically his jab. Or he could do that too. He's not too safe, really. But he has a lot of options that cover the unsafety, so he's not too bad. You know, he's got having lift is just powerful. Stuff like damage whenever he lands. No, so like if he lands 3-3 and then goes into lift. Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah, Kenshi. The nutshell is that Kenshi does a lot of damage, and he has an air cancel set, so. You know, he just does chunks of damage, lots of damage. So his game plan is just basically land at 3-3. Get your damage. Get damage any way you can. He's getting at least 50% off of it, so that's Kenshi. Okay, Shujinko.
Hotaru.
Shujinko was super nerfed from yeah, Shujinko was pretty nerfed from Deception. He's nowhere near as good. They did the most messed up thing I've ever seen to nerf a character in a Mortal Kombat game. They made him take so much more damage. Like, he takes a considerable amount more damage.
Get over here.
Yeah, he doesn't have nearly the same amount of damage as he did in Deadly Alliance or Deception, because he does not have Shaolin Fist, and Shaolin Fist was super nerfed as it was. He doesn't really have anything safe. But he does have a launching throw. Yeah, he was really, really good in the step. Yeah, that's the most he gets now. So he does get 50%. If I can do it. I suck. No, so he does do a lot of damage. He has spear, which is really good because that ups his damage even more.
Get over here.
No, he doesn't really have lows. Manish just sucks overall. His weapon is no better. He doesn't really have anything. He does have Ice Ball, which you can do like that. Unfortunately, he can't throw and then go into his spear. But he does have lift. Yeah, I remember those. So, like, basically, Shujinko has like a bunch of like he has his main trait is like all of the special moves that he has. Like, he has some really, really strong special moves. He can apply a really good corner push. Oh yeah. That scales a lot. Oh yeah, I forgot he had Sindel's slide. And he has spike kick. Yeah, so that's pretty much Shujinko. Like he's got a whole bunch of specials. So like he can piece together some sequences, like going into freeze. Oh yeah, he has flame punch. Punch, scissor kick, bicycle kicks. You know, he can spear.
Get over here.
Into that. So he got massive. He still got good damage, but he lost out by you know, his stance. His stance sucks. His weapon is even worse, and his game plan just pretty much is gonna revolve around like fishing for specials. You know, and he also takes more damage than any other character in the game. So he's absolutely terrible. And now we have Hsu Hao.
Hsu Hao. Hotaru.
Hsu Hao is interesting, to say the least. His hand and his weapon stands are both bad. Everything involving the weapon stance. Basically, think Kano's but worse. Like, it does a lot of damage. Like, he can get a lot of damage. Doesn't have the air cancel though. So, like, you can do that and get like okay damage. Doesn't really get anything off of anything. He has a launcher, but doesn't really get anything. If I can get it. Jesus Christ, this thing consistent. It doesn't even work. There we go. Yeah, so he gets like 30-some%. Or into that. He gets 29. He's extremely unsafe. Like, this character has nothing that's safe. Outside of its special. His specials where it's the defining point. Like clap. Really good recovery. Yeah, it recovered really fast. So like he could do a lot of keep out with that move itself. You know, he has and he has a projectile too. A slow bouncing projectile. And as you can see, it has different hitboxes depending on where you hit it from. Right there, it just does 8%. He has Boost Stomp, which doesn't, it sucks. But that starts doing a lot of damage once you have the power up on. I mean, his game plan was just a zone. And he did it okay if you couldn't really get in. But otherwise, if you could get in or outzone him, he sucked. He was just so much worse. He's arguably bottom 5 in the game. Kobra. Kobra going into MKA Armageddon is very, very nerd from his Deception days. Kickboxing just generally just sucks. I mean, he has okay low option. He doesn't really have any like mids or anything in this stance. Just kind of exists. It doesn't really. There's not really much to it. I mean, his weapon stance not too good either. I mean, he gets this high damaging like free throw. Feels fine. There's nothing about him that's like super strong though. It's got a low fireball. It's okay. Standard fireball is pretty standard. Trying to figure out what it is. Windmill kick. Not very good. Has really phantom hitboxes though. Hits from really, really far out for some reason. Yeah, he has telepunch, which isn't very good. You know, just he doesn't really have. He just doesn't have much to him. Like, there's nothing really strong about him. He lost. He lost his weapon to Sonya. Sonya actually has his weapon now, which is the weapon she had in Deadly Alliance, where she was very good. But there's nothing really to Kobra. He does have pretty good damage due to air cancel. If I can actually get it. But yeah, that's Kobra. There's nothing to really talk about. He's just not good. Just throw out fireballs and that's about it.
Taven. Sektor.
So Taven, he's not very good either. Yeah, that's the only combo he actually has. Both his he doesn't even really have anything in his stances. Like he's just he can do like he can do that. Does a little bit more damage. His specials were his strong point. Yeah, the ground pound. You know how most ground pounds go. It was kind of slow for what it does. Wasn't too great. Fireball is pretty decent. It was pretty decently fast. Then he can come in with that. He had this, which was okay. Online, it could be really safe, so you could abuse it online. Shoulder tackle was fast. Yeah, the ground pound, obviously. There wasn't much to Taven. Like, it's pretty much just, like, use his special. Like, figure out how to use them. That's him in a nutshell.
Liu Kang.
Yeah, Daegon was better. Daegon was definitely better. So Liu Kang, he has Ji Kunido just like Mokap. But he was actually those two were actually around the same level. Mokap's 1-1 was an actual mid. This one is a special mid though, so you can duck block it. He doesn't have the same down two. His is a traditional one. Mokap's is the 13% low. Yeah. Junpan was Bruce Lee's name. But so like everything you could do in with basically everything you could do with Mokap as far as like combos. Was pretty similar. Because his throw was different, he got better free throw options. So like I could do that, and it was a much easier free throw. That was a blockable or unbreakable. He had his fireball. Flying kick. Bicycle kick was super fast. Liu Kang just basically had pretty strong pressure and pretty decent neutral. He had the nunchucks. Unlike Mokap, he didn't have a weapon and just had Wing Chun, which was bad. So that means he gets the same pressure that Johnny Cage has. But generally you could get by just using Jikuni though. You got pretty good damage. No, 40%, 47%. Yeah, he's pretty much the same as MKD. Just Reptile took one of his stances and that was it. That's pretty decent pressure. Fireballs give him a neutral game because they're pretty fast. Now, Kung Lao. Hold on 1 second. Let me take off this hoodie. Okay. So Kung Lao has Shaolin Fist. And they changed it around quite a bit from Deception. And basically it now has a parry that'll turn you around and give you a free combo. Yeah, y'all get to see a little bit of that. But so the main thing about Lao was pretty much he was a punish character. If he ever caught you whipping anything, he could just do his 2 in Shaolin Fist, and it just parried you. So you have to be careful. Getting hit by Kung Lao because you could easily eat 46%. And then it also worked off of a parry, and it was also unbreakable. So Al is a viable punish for unbreakable damage. His weapon stance is the same as Dairou's, but this is launchable and can be parried. And also the Shaolin parry, you can parry cancel it, and it has super good range. He has a dive kick. Just a dive kick. He has a teleport, but the options like barely work. That one works barely. Yeah, 1 and 2 do the same thing. Yeah, but his teleport overall just isn't really that good. Oh, for the most part, like this is pretty decent if it can hit. It has a lot of hitbox issues, so you know you can't. R1 kicks is not good. That was pretty okay. That's about it. That's about it for Lau. Like he's a very good punishing character. He can employ some mix-ups with like forward 1 or weapon back 2 or back 3. Pokes are pretty good. He was overall a really strong character in this game. Yeah, it's not as good as the as it used to be, but it still has some tools to let it compete.
Hsu Hao.
Shang Tsung does not, since he doesn't have Crane in this game, he's a lot weaker. Shang's game Shang was overall like not really safe. Like Snake just isn't really that good. His weapon standstill is not too bad. I forgot what the how you do it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I mean, that's not that option isn't too good overall, but this normal was very good. Low profile and led to a free throw. But that wasn't Shang's game plan. Shang's game plan was Soul Steal. It isn't as safe as Deadly Alliance, but it's still good nonetheless. You know, he has that. The fireballs are not as good as they used to be. They're much slower. They don't have the same. They don't have a huge hitbox like the other, like Deadly Alliance did. Okay. And then he has. Traditional fireball. Let's see. He has a useless teleport. Overall, Shang was a low tier. He had some okay options, but you know. Overall, Shang just wasn't really that great. So, you know, that's all there is to it with him. Just Soul Steal and hopefully use fireballs. Quan Chi.
Hsu Hao.
Quan Chi's game was basically he was pretty powerful versus characters who could lose their weapon. And who had versus characters who had pretty strong weapons. You know, he could steal them, and you were stuck using nothing. Quan Chi was all about his weapon. You know, he could. He had this cheeky like low option that everybody got hit by. It was a scrub killer. You could do that, or you could do that. Yeah. Basically, he got by like just completely scrubbing you out. And then he has that as an instant low option. None of this is safe. Absolutely none of it is safe, but he really can make you guess. That was pretty much his game plan. Just rush you down with that. This was a low profile option, but it was unsafe. Not too good. And that was shut the teleport. It is what it is. So that was Quan Chi, just pretty much just mixed it up. Shinnok was a really fun character. He wasn't too. He was generally considered like a mid-tier character, but his special moves were pretty. They were pretty strong. So that automatically pushes you to the corner or far away, and every time it hit from like mid screen, you got a free summoning fiend, which in this was unblockable. So if you got air broken, or you did something like land his throw, you can easily get that. The summon theme was like pretty much his bread and butter. Like going to free throw setup, or like just mix them up in many different ways to get him to like want to move out the way. You know, you had so many avenues to actually get that off. Like, and the crazy part about his throw, it was unparryable, so he could always bait you out on doing parries and just throw you. Generally, his hand-to-hand stance wasn't too good. Didn't really have anything safe. I mean, like, you could do this off a parry. You know, get some quick damage. That was about it. His weapon stance was pretty solid. That was a free throw. Up two. Really far-reaching low. Oh my god. And if they didn't get off the ground in time. Yep. they didn't get off the ground in time, or you read it and they did a wake up attack, no, he always got that situation. Or you can keep doing it if you just don't like blocking low, or if you're scared of this. And then he also had 2, which is like super fast. But his amulet was overall like not really that safe, unless you space it like that. That, you know, you could pester with that. Do that. You know, bait him into coming in, go into Summon Skull. Just basically whatever you tried to do, you were trying to go into the Summon Fiend. And that was his game plan, really. Alright. Raiden.
Hsu Hao.
Raiden was one of the better characters in the game. Pretty much his teleport was super fast. His hand-to-hand stance, it had a wide multitude of like strings you could use. Like that. You know, he had a bunch of ways to like end it. He had standing low sweep. And his low pokes weren't too good. But he had just it's a massive string that could end at any moment. It wasn't safe by any means, but it did have really quick recovery. Back to that launcher had pretty good recovery. That was pretty much his planner. You know, he could teleport and get behind you. That was it for his hand-to-hand stance. Just a lot of mix-up to it. His weapon had super strong, super solid range. Had some pretty good lows. So like he could dance switch into it. Yeah, you missed the Johnny breakdown. Sorry, competitor. As soon as I cut this off, you'll be able to check the VOD and see what I had to say. Basically, he's an okay character. He has one of the only invincible moves in the game, and he did pretty decent damage, so wasn't too terrible. But Raiden, that's pretty much it for Raiden. Super long range on his weapon. He has shock. He has pretty good ways of like, and then going into in the teleport. You know, he can basically abuse that make you think twice about like pressing buttons on him. Also has my favorite teleport sound in history. He has his electric fly, which is bad. It's not very good. He has his lightning ball. And that's about it. Raiden was a pretty solid character. Like, he just pretty much pressured you and made you think twice about hitting buttons. Alright, now we're on to Daegon, the better brother of the Argus son. So Daegon isn't like too great, but he's definitely better than his brother. His down 4 is like really obnoxious, really low recovery, and then he has a mid option that's like okay-ish on block. But his weapon was pretty good. You know, you had to figure out when it was going to end. You know, you get poked with that. In and that. You know, he was a poking machine. You know, he had low you can go with. His fireball was decently fast. This actually low profile sometimes. That was an interesting option online. It was actually saved a lot of times online. But his gameplay was just like basically poke with a sword. Yeah. And then let's see, what was this other specials? Oh yeah, he had this, which pretty much ducked under stuff. And he has a good air cancel set. So you know, you launch with up 4. Well, actually, you can't. You can't even launch with that. So he didn't really have any launchers that would go into the air cancel. If he did catch you with like this, you know, he could. Fucking execute. You know, he gets good damage off of anti-zoning. Yeah, 51%. He was okay. He was an okay character. He just wasn't like broken. He was just good.
Sonya.
Yeah, that's just okay.
Mavado.
Okay, so Sonya, her Kali sticks were really, really strong. Her hand-to-hand stance was okay because she had that. Yeah, Sonya was okay. Like, she wasn't like top tier. Her kiss was actually really strong. Had a really lingering hitbox and it recovered really fast. Taekwondo itself was okay. That was 3 was pretty good. 2 was pretty good. Yeah, she was top 5 in Deadly Alliance. She dropped quite a bit. There we go. Her Kali sticks are pretty strong. That move was just ridiculous. The low pokes were pretty good. But she could do that all day. Or go into weapon. You know, she had really good mix-up. Kiss was very, very good. Lingering hitbox. Really quick recovery. You know, she had that fireball, but it wasn't too good. She has flying kick. Oh yeah. She has flying punch. But generally, like, she was all about, like, using the Kali 6 mix-ups. So you could do that. Down 3. She had really powerful up-close game. She had a really powerful up-close game. And that's pretty much Sonya. Like, just abuse Kali 6, abuse Kiss of Death, and you're good.
Kitana. Sektor.
Uh-oh. happened to the sound? Okay. That was weird. But Katana, she was pretty much a zoner. You're just going to be throwing her fans all day and getting up close to abuse her fans, because they had really good recovery on the fan jabs. So you could pressure with that. The low poke was okay. But her basic thing was you missed pretty much everyone up to Katana. But Katana is pretty much like, there's nothing like really like broken about her. She just got her 1-1 in her fan. Going back to. So you go like that. That's pretty much just a generic combo for her. Or oops. If you hit that, you get pretty decent damage. Oops. Yeah. Katana was pretty much just, stay in fan, get your launch, get your air cancel, throw fans from far away. She had pretty kick, which sucked. Her teleport was pretty good, so she could get around zoning somewhat. Throw was okay. Let's see, what else did she have? And she had square weight punch. She didn't really have any good low pokes, so she was pretty much just playing jabs to pressure. Get throws in whenever you can. She didn't really have too much to work with. So, but she was all right. She wasn't too bad. Yeah, running out of breakers in this just sucks. It sucks so bad. Melina in this is actually better than Katana by quite a bit. She has air cancels, and her throw is ridiculous. You automatically stand. And like she can free throw into it. Her game plan was pretty much just abuse that. Yeah, she could do her jabs. go into throw. Regardless of what you were doing, you were putting in the throw mix. And then she had really good low pokes. That's really good. Her game plan was simple, just mix. Her size. But they weren't anything special. Ball roll was okay. Wasn't really good. I think you can tech roll. You can tech roll after the ball in this. But like her just general game plan was just like catch you in this 50-50. Her weapon was like, wasn't too good. But she did have air cancel from it, so it did have that purpose. Yeah, she didn't really do too much other than mix up with the throw on some lows there, get that throw. And it was hard to deal with it because she also had this follow up. Like it wasn't safe, but you just had to guess. I mean, you had to deal with that. If she wanted to be safe, she could do that. Yeah, it's obnoxious. She's better than Katana, that's for sure. All right, now Jade.
Jade. Cyrax.
Yeah, we'll get Jade stuff out of the way. So rules on. Hold on. That's it. There's no escape. That is an infinite. Yeah. This was obnoxious online. But since we play with rules, you can't really do that. So, but her hand-to-hand stance was like okay-ish. Like that had pretty decent recovery, but you couldn't block for a little bit. Didn't really have good low pokes. Other than that, basically 3 and down 4 were only moves in this. Or you could go to that. But generally, you're going to be playing in her weapon stance because it has super good range. 4 is very hard to punish for some characters. And she has 1-1 if she's up close and just like free throw you. You know, that's okay. But basically, like, she's playing footsies with 4, getting in to throw you. That's her game plan. If you try and throw projectiles on her, she has glow. This actually ends up making her one of the best Serena counters in the game. Like she was very, very, very good, very underrated during the life of the game. She had that as well. You know, she didn't really have a good air combo set, but she didn't really need it. She just played with the weapon. Throw you. It's simple. use your invincibility to get through projectiles and pretty much play the poking game.
Ashra. Mavado.
Now, Ashra had one of the best jabs in the game. That's about it, really. Nice move, like that little projectile. She had an interesting option. That's basically her B&B. She's not really safe at all. Like she doesn't have any sort of safety. Like her gameplay, her entire game plan is just like waiting for you to make a mistake. She did have spin though. Yeah, she has a launching throw. Yeah, you never seen that before? There we go. Yeah, so she can hit you with a projectile and like just lop off some damage on you. But like that's basically all she had. She was very good at punishing characters. And if you somehow manage to get hit by this, she could throw you. But that was it about her. Like she didn't really have anything else crazy. Li Mei.
Cyrax.
Man, we're actually getting pretty close to the end of this. But Li Mei, pretty much, Li Mei is staying in her weapon stance. And the reason being is the insane range she has on this normal. It's very safe. She has a follow-up that's also safe. She can do that by itself, just back 3. 2 and back 3 is all you need, and down 1. That's literally Li Mei. Yeah, she doesn't have the MKD infinite, but she does do good damage. Oops. Oh, how do I do it again? No, that's not how to do it. Oh, there it is. What was Yeah, she had some goofy weird. Yeah, I can't remember it. But basically she was just gonna be doing this. You probably rarely ever see her combos. Like you're pretty much just getting hit by that. see how far the range is. And she can do that. It's a throw. Fireball's okay. That's Li Mei. She's like probably the simplest character in the game. Tanya.
Hsu Hao.
Tanya was very, very good. She was one of the few characters with an air fireball. Which was obnoxious. And she had Melina's lows, except this one was even better. Her lows were even better than Melina's. She just wasn't safe. Like her stand normals weren't safe at all. But she does. Another thing she has is she can be invisible. And that combined with you know, her lows, you know, her air fireballs. She has good screen control and just generally a really good character. You know, you pretty much just pester them, just like doing a bunch of different things. She's a very good Dairou. She's actually a very good Dairou counter too. So if you don't want to use Dairou himself or, you know, some other zoner, you can always go to Tanya, and she actually works really well versus him. Yeah, you can't see her. She also has the good air cancel set. Oops. Oh god, that's a lot of recovery. But yeah, Tanya is basically like get invisible and abuse everything she's got. Very good character. Frost.
Mavado.
Yeah, Hsu Hao was so bad. Hsu Hao was very bad. Alright, now Frost is essentially useless. Like, nothing safe. Nothing safe. That's probably your safest option. Yeah, her down 4 is like her safest thing. Like, she just literally doesn't have anything that's like worth using. Like she does benefit from having air cancels. Yeah, she can do some damage. But she has probably the best anti-zoning option in the game. Her basic game plan is going to be staying in weapon stance and just like abusing like her ground ice and abusing teleport against zoners. She has a couple other things, I believe. Oh yeah, she has a slide. And puddle. But that's it with Frost. That's literally it with Frost. She doesn't really have anything like that's super strong, or she doesn't even have anything. Like she's pretty much just waiting to use her specials, and like she can kind of make use of puddle to like keep them from trying to advance on you. She can use that to catch you if you're trying to zone her. Yeah, she's just bad. Like there's nothing to her. Sindel. Sindel's pretty lackluster too. She does have Shinnok's weapon, which kind of helps her out a little bit because she has the fastest throw in the game. That's literally the fastest throw in the game. So options like this become free throw. Becomes a free throw from further out. He has a scream, which is super slow, and has the most irritating scream sound I've ever heard. I don't even know what her stance change is. Oh yeah. Yeah, she doesn't really do too much damage. No, she doesn't really have a good air cancel set. Pretty much she's going to be sticking in her weapon. None to her hand-to-hand stance. She does have one of the better normal projectiles in the game. Super fast. Recovers really fast. And then she has like, hold on, what is that move? Oh, there it is. She has that goofy ass move. She's not too good though. Like, there's not really anything worth picking her for. Now, Nitara is secretly a top-tier character. Like, Nitara has some of the best pokes in the game. She's pretty much all about... She can use her hand-in-hand stance a little bit. Like, she has 2, 4. No, her stance change just to get some damage. But Nitara's strongest attribute is her throw. She steals 6% life from you every time she throws it. Every time she's throwing you, she's getting life back. So that means, and her weapon stance is actually really, really strong because it's fairly safe. She has a multitude of free throw options. She has that. That low poke is very obnoxious. And And it recovers it really fast. She also has an air projectile. And she has a leap back. So like she can gain distance in an instant and go back to zoning. So she throws you. She wants to get away. You just go back to zoning. You know. Yeah, her game plan is just really simple. Just get free throws and just poke. She's really good at doing it too, so. That's pretty much Nitara. I don't know, let me make sure she doesn't have any other special moves. Oh yeah, she has that. That's about it. Now to Kira.
Sektor.
Yeah, FPL, you'd actually really like Nitara. I know you'd like her. So Kira has the best offense in the game. This stance is obnoxiously good. Because of that. 4 has really good recovery. It comes out really quick. It's a mid. Always a free throw. As soon as she got in, it was very, very difficult. And it was very likely you were going to lose. Because she also had damage. Oh God. Sektor. Yeah, her damage was super good. This just led to fuckery on hit. She can throw you. Absolutely annoying character. She didn't have any lows, but she didn't need it. She could just do this all day. If you got close to this character, you probably lost. That's nothing needs to be said. She does have Kiss, but unlike Sonya, she has a cooldown period. So it's not as good. I'm trying to figure out what her other move was. Oh, there it is. She has Sonya's projectile, and she has Kano Ball. Kano Ball is a good punisher, and leaves her really close. So you can just go into her offense. So, like, that's Kira in a nutshell. She has Kano's weapon. I mean, it's Kano's weapon, and she has air cancel off of it. That's Kira in a nutshell. She's just the best offensive character in the game, flat out. Now to this bitch. Oh, this is the character. This is the character that probably made so many people quit this game, honestly. So, hold on, let me allow that. So Serena, just one word, Knight. That's the best projectile in the game. absolutely obnoxious projectile. Also, you could do this. Because they recovered so fast. Yeah, she's obscene. Yeah. This punished everything. If I can get it. If I can't get it. Come on. I almost had it. I keep messing up. Come on. Right there. There we go. Yeah. We can do it off of a unbreakable juggle. Yeah, basically she has a completely unbreakable sequence by juggling with her knives. Oh my god, why does that happen? Nah, the reason I do it with weapon is because she moves forward a lot. When you do it with hand. With weapon, she doesn't move as far. It's just that last one just isn't coming out. But you get the idea, like she can... Yeah. I just need that last knife. But yeah, she was... Or you could do this. No, you could punish it online. It was just depending on the connection. Some of them were just so bad that you couldn't. But yeah, she has air cancel too. That was all unbreakable. Yeah, Serena was simple. Just throw knives. Down one if you need to. If you ever get the punish, just throw a far knife and do that. Also, she had the obnoxious trait of her knives sticking in an opponent and staying there for the rest of the match. So characters that had invisibility, they couldn't go invisible because you'd still be able to see them. So that made her really, really strong against the characters that had invisibility. Like, overall, she was just a really messed up character. Like, she was crazy good. And then we got Shiva. Now Ketchup went over Shiva in his Shiva overview. If you haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. But basically, he already went over. Basically, she's all about her weapon. That her weapon allows her to be the best one of the better rushdown characters in the game. She has her 1, 2, 4, 2, 4, 1 or 2, 1. No, she could just pepper with that. You do back 1. No, she has really strong buttons that just allow her to rush you down. And then her throw leaves you super close. And you go back into it. She does have a command throw. It's obnoxiously good. Alright. It's not really that like great. But it does allow for free throw situations. But like that's Shiva in a nutshell. Like she has a fireball that knocks down. It's okay. Oh, and she has Telestomp. But she also has this. If I can get it. If I can figure out what it was. Oh, there it is. She has that. Her air cancel set isn't very good, but she has that to deal with like zoning. Like basically, like she'll have a combo like this. Oh, shit. And it does a huge amount of damage. %, easy. Basically, you stay out of this stance because she has the boss block animation. Stay in this stance because she has a normal blocking animation. You know, she just got really good damage off a lot of scenarios. Yeah, easy 52%ers. And pretty much all you do is just rush down and use ground pound whenever they're staying too far away. Okay, Baraka was pretty much a low tier character. Like, easily a low tier character. His strength pretty much is incredibly fast. He doesn't have like very good low pokes, except for his hand-to-hand down 1 or down 4. Yeah, he doesn't really have anything in his hand-to-hand stance. His blades are the just has a long ass string. And he gets good Oki off of this throw. Yeah. Yeah, basically he's all about that string. No, he doesn't really have anything worthwhile. Blaze Spark is whatever. Blade Charge is pretty good. That's about it. That's pretty much just a normal B&B for him. Like, Baraka just doesn't really have anything. This entire string is just unsafe. But it just does a huge amount of damage. And there's a lot to the hit, so he can easily like start faking out stuff and trying to. That's Baraka. Like, there's not really much to talk about. Okay.
Hotaru. Cyrax.
Motaro sucks. simply said, Motaro sucks. He has this mount stance, which he can do like options out of, like a charge, and he can cancel out of it. I'm trying to remember what. Oh yeah, he has teleport. Yeah, he's bad. Like the stance just isn't really that great. Like, you can cancel out of it, but whatever. There it is. Donkey Kick is one of the 2 invincible moves in the game. Like, it's just invincible. But yeah, Moloch or Motaro just doesn't really have anything. He just has Donkey Kick, Mount Stance, and Fireball. And like Shoulder Charge, or which you can do this normally anyway, so it's not really a big deal. I mean, his hand-to-hand stance just doesn't really have anything. He has no weapon. He doesn't have an air cancel set. Like, he just sucks. Excuse me. Havoc. Yeah, it's probably the fastest jab in the game. He has that huge turn. Oops. Oh. There we go. That chop is really good. So Havoc's strong point. He doesn't really have much from far away. Like, if I can figure out what move it is. Like, he has that to duck under projectile, but it's massively unsafe. It doesn't really get him anywhere. But Havoc's all about being up close. And he's all about getting the throw. Because that is a complete incident. It's normally banned, so... Basically, Havoc's game plan is like basically getting that. Into the plant. So yeah, that's pretty much Havoc's game plan. Like he has an okay low pokes. Really good jab. Like it's not safe or anything, but it leads to mix-ups. And then he has like really good sweep option. You know, he's all about just mixing up. That's pretty much it with him. He does have heals. Oh yeah. Yeah, he has a heal. He actually has 2 heals. That one heals a lot more. And the heals, like, they heal less so as the more they're used. But Havoc's are pretty slow, so you don't really get much of an opportunity to use them. Like, you might be able to do something like, you won't get away with it, but, you know, it's probably worth the attempt. But that's Havoc. Just try and get the throw. That's about it. Okay, Dramen is one of the better characters in the game. And that is largely because his stance has a lot of safety in it. Like he can go into his stance change string. It has really good range on it. So you're like, I'm full screen. Oops. You still get in really, really far. That's half screen, and that still hits. It makes him a very good punishing character. Back 2 is like, his back 2 is a mid option. It has a lot of range on it. Does quite a chunk of damage. That one's okay. His Iron Club has a lot of safe options. Yeah, it's back 2. Has propeller punch. He has a DP. Excuse me? Whatever. He also has a ground pound. And it switches his stance. Yeah. Dramen's always been good in every single appearance, and this is no exception. He's around like the top 3 range. That string gets parried pretty consistently now. Like, you do it, you might die. Like, so you got to make sure you punish with it. But otherwise, he's a pretty good character. Just having that, like, if you're not ready for it, you know, it's safe. So yeah, his game plan is pretty simple. Just got good mids, good punishing options, pretty decent, pretty okay damage. All right, now we're getting into boss characters.
Sektor.
Moloch, simply put, has a lot of stuff in. So. That's not the infinite. Yeah, that's his infinite. Moloch's easily one of the best characters in the game. He does suffer from having boss block, but overall his toolkit's just really good. That's an unblockable. That's completely unblockable. Oh yeah, he has a heal. Really good heal. Really fast projectile. It's not really the greatest. He has a weird toe kick. Yeah, Moloch's actually ridiculous. It's a full screen ground pound, and it's also just completely unblockable. That's a really good down one. He's arguably one of the top 5 characters. His issue is just having a boss block and boss hit stun. So like, he gets put into more 50-50s than other characters, and characters are safer versus him and the other boss block characters. But he is immune to projectiles too. So okay. Meat.
Mavado.
Meat is the best command throw character in the game. Absolutely bar none. Nothing about him is like really ridiculous other than his infinite, which actually I messed it up. If he gets you to the corner, this is gate lights out. There's no teching. You can't break. Yeah, it's really busted. But other than that, like he's I mean, he's got a good low poke. His safety isn't really all that good. Like, he's basically looking for the command throw. Yeah, he has a back throw, which oddly enough probably leads to. Yeah, it does. He's pretty busted as soon as he gets to you to the corner. So the general rule was obviously you only get one rep of anything that would lead to an infinite otherwise. So you get a command, you get a throw, and then you get another one, and then that's it. And then you got to mix them up and wait. So he had 40% unbreakable off of just one button input. But other than that, he does pretty good damage. He has that low, which is very sneaky. Has a pretty decent sweep. He has the meat cleavers. Nope. You know, that's pretty much meat. He's generally considered a low tier character, but he does have some really strong stuff about him. It's just because he's not really safe. Oh wait, I forgot to show all of the other stuff. The ball roll, obviously. His taunt. What was it? Yeah, it's literally the best taunt in the game because it recovers so fast. He has a slide. He actually has a teleport as well. That's actually pretty safe. So there's no keep. It's kind of hard to keep him out for some characters, but he can get in and then command 30. So that's me in a nutshell. Like, he's best grappler in the game, one of the better teleports in the game. Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn he has one of the faster throws in the game, like far enough. Is more or less a zoner. Like, I can like just throw. And he's got he pretty much has that move that he abuses. He's got his projectile. He's got his shield. He's got a shoulder charge, which is obscenely fast. He does not have the boss block, oddly enough. But he doesn't have an air set. He doesn't really do too good of damage. That's pretty much his damage in a nutshell. Or he just goes into that to push you back full screen. And then he has his taunt, which actually sucks. It heals him, but it's too slow to use. So that's pretty much him. He's just a big ass turtle. That's about it. So Goro sucks. Goro actually sucks. If I can even remember anything about him. Yeah, he doesn't. Goro's just like, he's whatever. He's got his fireball. He's got like this twisty punch move. Which is extremely unsafe. Actually, it's not really that unsafe. It's not too bad. He has a ground pound. And his telestomp is better than Shiba's. It's actually kind of ridiculous how good it is. He has a pretty high damaging throw. What was it? How did I do this? Yeah. His weapon is not very good, like, at all. Like, nothing is safe. His hand-to-hand isn't any better. Like, that's pretty much the only thing he has that's actually worth anything. But otherwise, Goro has nothing to work with. He really isn't that good. He has his fireball, and that's about it. So he pretty much plays as a zoner. Like, he has his low pokes, and that's about it. Yeah, Goro's not worth using. Kentaro isn't much better. Kentaro does have the advantage of better specials overall. Let's see, he has forearm grab, obviously. He has suck. Yeah, Kentaro doesn't really have anything either. Does the same pokes. He has a launcher option. but there's not really much to Kentaro. Like, oh, he also has a fireball. He has a pretty decent heal. And he has the inhale. So he's whatever. Like, just has suck. Yeah. That's pretty much Kentaro in a nutshell. Like, it's nothing really good about him. Online, he's much better because one becomes safe, but other than that, he actually is really bad. Now, Onaga was normally banned, but he didn't really have anything that was really strong. He's generally like really unsafe. Like that's unsafe. That's unsafe. That's unsafe. That's unsafe. That's unsafe. That's unsafe. Like nothing of Onaga's is actually safe. But he does have like some keep away stuff. Like that was it's still unsafe. Full screen ground pounds. He has pushed away. He has slide kick. He has this that I believe can be ducked. Can be ducked, so it's like it's whatever. But generally, Onaga was not good. He did happen to be the he happened to be the only boss character without he's the only super boss character without a true boss block animation. He has his own unique animation. So that gives him better mobility than the other two bosses. But he's just bad. He's not really good. He's not really worth talking about. Like, he's actually probably one of the worst characters in the game. And then we finally have Blaze. The last character to go over. Thank you to everybody for sticking around and watching me fumble through this. But Blaze was very strong. Blaze was very good. He had a launcher string. He could just do stuff like that. Down 4 was okay. Down 1 had really good reach and knockdown, and it was a low. No, he could jab into the launcher string. He had boss throw, obviously. He has boss block. He's immune to projectiles. Different hit reactions. That move was obnoxious. Because it recovered so fast and just kept going. He has one of the best heals in the game, and it doesn't ever lose its the health buff it gives. It's always going to be 7%. He has a teleport that recovers very quickly. And he has a full screen that was pretty much it about him. He had good range, could get some damage, and had very, very good specials. Pretty much just he just played the game that the rest of the cast played, except he had a boss block, and that was about it. He also had no air cancel set, unfortunately. So, but yeah, that is the whole cast of Mortal Kombat Armageddon. There's not much to the characters. Like they're all pretty simple. You can pretty much figure out how to play all of them, and that's about it with them. Thank you guys for tuning in, though. I had fun. I had fun looking through everything. You know, going through things that I haven't looked through in like years now. It was a fun experience, and hopefully, you guys enjoyed seeing like some of the nuttiness of the game. But that's all I got for you guys, and I will catch you later. Peace.